Brother Yamin is going to read Psalms 5, Psalms 8, and Psalms 82 for us all. After he get done reading the Psalms for us, we will come back and reintroduce the presentation and get started. Brother Yamin, you have the floor.
Shalom, my brothers and sisters. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 5, please. That is Psalms 5. It reads, "Give ear to my words, O Yahweh. Consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my Elohim. For unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Yahweh. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee and will look up. For thou art not a Elohim that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. Yahweh will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into the house. I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in the fear will I worship forever. Will I worship toward thy holy temple." Lead me, O Yahweh, in thy righteousness because of my enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy them, O Elohim. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Yahweh, will bless the righteous with favor. Wilt thou compass him as with a shield. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 8, please. That is Psalms 8. It reads, "O Yahweh, our Master, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. who has set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest steal the enemy and the avenger. When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passes through the paths of the seas. O Yahweh, our Master, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
And as my brother stated, last but not least, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 82, please. That is Psalms 8:2. It reads, Elohim standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judges among the judges. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are judges for God, and all of you are the children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O Elohim, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. You hear me? Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called, How Can Israel Fear Yahweh and Depart from Evil without the covenant of the law? Today we're going to entertain this most relevant question and use this presentation to make a distinction between the holy and the profane, also to make a distinction between the good and the evil. We will show the world and the houses of Israel how one can fear Yahweh and depart from evil without being under the covenant of the law. And we will entertain this great question by warning each and every one of us with the book of wisdom. Before we enter into the book of wisdom, I would like to give all thanks and praise and glory to Yahweh, the Elohim of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, by saying hallelujah. And I would like to greet the listening audience by saying shalom. And also inform the listening audience at this time to get themselves in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give on this subject matter, which is called again, How Can Israel Fear Yahweh and Depart from Evil without the covenant of the law? If you have your scriptures among you, let us start this great presentation by way of warning. And let's start that great warning in the book of Proverbs, the very first chapter. Proverbs chapter 1. For in Proverbs chapter 1, if we all turn there, please, it tells us if we pick up at the seventh verse, Proverbs chapter 1, verse 7. And it tells us in verse 7 these great words. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom. This presentation is to show man how we can fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law. And it tells us in this 7th verse, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning, the principal part of knowledge. But fools despise wisdom and instruction. So it allows us to know that one that despise wisdom and despise instructions does not possess the principal part, which is the fear of Yahweh. It continued to tell us, my son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be ornaments of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, please take note how to depart from evil. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. And if you consent not, you are departing from evil. If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lord privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We will find all precious substance. We will fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not in the way of them. It's the same as saying, depart from evil. Refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without. She utters her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief place of the concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she utters her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words unto you, because I called and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none. They were none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkens unto me, whoso reform unto me, shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from the fear of evil. It also tells us a warning if we pick up in the 2nd chapter and read the first 10 verses. For it tells us in the 2nd chapter of Proverbs, again, my son, if thou will receive my words and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thy ear into wisdom and apply thy heart to understanding. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge and lift up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver, trying to show you how to fear Yahweh. It says, if thou seekest her as silver, and search for her as for hidden treasures, then shall thou understand the fear of Yahweh, and find the knowledge of Elohim. For Yahweh give wisdom, out of his mouth come knowledge and understanding. He lays up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a butler to them that walk uprightly. He keeps the paths of judgment and preserve the way of his saints. Then shall thou understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. When wisdom enter into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant into thy soul. It also tells us in the 3rd chapter of Proverbs. If we pick up at the 1st verse, it reads again, my son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add unto thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them on the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. For when you do, you are showing that you do not fear Yahweh. The 6th verse reads, in all thy ways, even in captivity, in all thy ways, even being servants and afflicted, it reads, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us, giving us the benefits of wisdom, if we pick up at the 4th chapter of Proverbs, showing the benefits of wisdom. And it tells us in the 4th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 1st verse. One second. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 4th chapter, starting at the 1st verse, the benefits of wisdom, the benefits of having the principal part. For it tells us, and the principal part is the principal part of the knowledge of the holy. Thus, it tells us in the 4th chapter, the very first verse, and it reads, "Hear ye, children, the instruction of a father, and attend to know understanding. For I give you good doctrine. Forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved, in the sight of my mother. He taught me also, and said unto me, Let thy heart retain my words. Keep my commandments and live. Get wisdom, get understanding, forget it not, neither decline from the words of my mouth. For when you do, you are a witness that you do not fear Yahweh." The 6th verse reads, "Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee." Wisdom is the principal part. Or it reads, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her, when you do fear Yahweh. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver to thee, when you fear Yahweh. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps should not straiten, and when thou runnest, thou should not stumble, if you fear Yahweh. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life. Enter not into the paths of the wicked. Depart from it, and go not in the way of evil men. Avoid it. Depart from it. Pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away. For all those that ask us, how do one fear Yahweh and depart from evil? Well, we're finding that to fear Yahweh, we must be recipients of wisdom. We must have knowledge and instruction to be able to fear Yahweh. And then it is asked by the simple ones, how do we depart from evil if we're not under the covenant of the law? Well, wisdom is speaking in the 4th chapter, and it allows us to know the most simplest way to depart from evil. And it tells us again in the 14th verse and the 15th verse, enter not into the path. If you are not entering into the path of your own understanding, then you will truly not be in the path of evil. It says, and go not in the way. if you are not following the multitude to do evil, you are departing from evil. The 15th verse reads, avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away. There go 4 ways that the scripture, the book of wisdom, tells one how to depart from evil. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief. Those that are doing evil and have not departed from it, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. But the path of the just, those that fear Yahweh and have departed the path of the evil one or the wicked one, it says, but the path of the just is as the shining light that shine more and more into the perfect day. The way of the wicked is as darkness. There is a distinction being made. Righteousness and the fear of Yahweh denote light. The opposite of righteousness is darkness. They know not at what they stumble. My son, attend unto my words. Incline thy ear into my sayings, his voice. Let them not depart from thy eyes. Keep them in the midst of thy heart. For they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Put away from thee a forward mouth, because it denotes evil, and the things that Yahweh hates. And perverse lips put far from thee. Note how we are departing from evil. The 26th verse reads, ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Turn not to the right hand nor to the left, because if you turn to the right, you are adding. If you turn to the left, you have diminished. The Almighty allows us to know to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. You must stay on the path that Yahweh has put man on, to fear him and to depart from evil. And you must use wisdom, knowledge, and instructions to know what path you are to be on. And in closing, it tells us, again in the 27th verse, turn not to the right hand nor to the left, remove thy foot from evil. So it plainly tells us how to depart. Just don't do it. Don't be in the presence. Don't be on the path. And if you find yourself in the presence, or if you find yourself on the path, it allows us to know that to depart from it, we must remove our feet from evil. We must get away from it. We must just don't do it. It is not that simple. That hard. There is nothing that Yahweh ever commanded his people, nor man when he created the earth, that was too difficult for them to do. But what happened was we start to lean upon our own imagination and became evil because we have lost and left the path of righteousness, the path of instruction and knowledge and wisdom. Thus, it tells us if we pick up at the 6th, 1 second, I'm going to say the 6th. Let us start picking up at the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis, I would like each and every one of us go to the 3rd chapter, and we are about to establish the fear of Yahweh by way of testimony. We just heard several words by way of wisdom dealing with fear of Yahweh and departing from evil, where I would like to show a few examples of the fear of Yahweh and examples of how one thought about the fear of Yahweh before man was under the covenant of the law. So this will allow us to establish that there were always a fear of Yahweh from the beginning of time. From the end to the beginning, there has always been a fear of Yahweh on the face of the earth. And there should be, because Yahweh is the only creator, and once one follow instruction and get the knowledge of the holy, you should truly tremble in your boots, knowing all that Yahweh has said and all that Yahweh have done. That is more than enough to give the master, or that is more than enough reason to give the master his fear, because he is the creator. He is the master, and he has said and done all these great and terrible things that fear belongs into him. Way before he gave the statutes of life to the seed of Abraham. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look at Genesis, the 3rd chapter. Genesis, the 3rd chapter. And we find in the beginning of time that there was the creation of Yahweh, which was man and woman. And this man and woman was named Adam and Eve. Adam was the name for all human, and Eve was the name for the mother of the living. And what do we find in this 3rd chapter dealing with Adam, the name for all humankind, and Eve for the mother? Let me get there and say that correctly. Eve, the mother of all living. And it tells us, if we pick up at the 1st verse, and it reads, Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, have Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And please take note of this story, because this story allows us to know how one fears Yahweh or not, and how one depart from evil or not. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, wisdom, and instruction. So if you forget the instruction, if you forsake the instruction, it is a witness that you do not fear Yahweh. And it is a witness that you will be doing evil. Thus, it tells us again, picking up at the first verse one more time. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, have Yahweh said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And Yahweh is saying what he means, and he means what he is saying. And no one is allowed to add nor diminish from any of his words. And if you do, you have just been witness that you do not fear Yahweh, and that you have not departed from evil. And the serpent, but note what the serpent is doing. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, even though the woman have heard the instructions. The 5th verse reads, For Elohim does know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes will be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. And they heard, please take note, and this allows us to know if they are doing right or wrong. And it also allows us to know that from the beginning of time until the end of time, man is to fear their Creator. And there is only one Creator that have made the heaven and earth and everything therein is, and he goes by the name of Yahweh. Thus, it tells us, in the 8th verse, and they heard the voice of Yahweh walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid, note the fear, hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim among trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice. Note what is to be feared. Note where you get the wisdom, the knowledge, and the instruction from. The voice, the same as the Israelites received the statutes of life by the voice of their Creator. Thus it tells us in the 10th verse, and he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid. Another word for fear. I was afraid. You can find the word fear in your Hebrew concordance under 3374. You can find the definition of afraid in 3372. And he was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself. Well, they became naked because you followed not the instructions. You linked upon your own heart. You was right according to your own imagination and the proposition that the serpent brought you and your wife. Thus it tells us in the 11th verse, and he said, Who told thee that thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou should not eat? And the man said, passing the buck, the woman whom thou gavest to me, gave to be with me. She gave me of the tree, and I did eat. It don't make a difference who gave you what. The work is on yourself, just like we will show in the book of Job. You are the one that stayed in evil. It is up to you to depart from evil. And the Almighty give every man the strength to depart from evil. All you have to do is fear Yahweh. Take heed to his wisdom, his knowledge, and his instruction. And you will be fearing Yahweh. And if you truly take heed and be reformed, you will be departing from evil. It's just that simple. It tells us, Israel, again in the 12th verse, and the man said, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. Well, the Almighty is righteous, and Yahweh say what he mean, and he mean what he says. Thus we find what Yahweh said that will befall the first man and woman on the earth that did not fear him and did not depart from evil, but instead they hearkened to another and they became evil. They did that which was evil. And with Yahweh being righteous, he judged them. For there is a distinction to be made. And that distinction is, if thou does well, thou shalt be accepted. But if thou does not well, if you do not fear Yahweh, if you do not depart from evil, sin lieth at thy door. Thus it tells us in the 14th verse, and Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed. And this is another great reason why one should fear Yahweh, tremble in their boots, and depart from evil. Because if you do not, your Creator will judge your doings. And note how fair he is, and note the anxiety caused by the approaching danger. For it tells us in the 14th verse, and Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shall thou go, and dust shall thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. And to the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow in thy conception, and sorrow thou shalt bear forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And to Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife. He didn't eschew evil, nor did he fear Yahweh like Job did, as we will see later on in the presentation, and has eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow shall thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. And the sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread, till thou return into the ground, for out of it was thou taken, for dust thou art, and into dust shall thou return. And Adam called his wife, named Eve, because she was the mother of all living. And to Adam also, and to his wife, did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skin and clothe them. So it allows us to see one of the first acts of evil being committed on the earth. And this act of evil, when the Almighty approached, they was afraid of their master. They was afraid of their Creator, because they know that they have done something other than what wisdom has said and what the instructions and knowledge have told them. It also tells us, by way of testimony, if we take a quick look in Genesis, the 4th chapter, and we find in Genesis, the 4th chapter, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, it tells us, and in the process of time, we are showing evil, And we are explaining how one is to depart from evil. We are showing the fear of Yahweh, which represent good, and it is the opposite of evil. Thus it tells us in the 3rd verse, and in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance failed. And Yahweh said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? Note, if thou does well, well represent righteousness. Well represent following wisdom, knowledge, and instructions. Well represent fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. Thus it reads in the 7th verse of the 4th chapter of Genesis, if thou does well, shall thou not be accepted? And if thou does not well, sin lies at the door. And not doing well is called evil. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shall rule over him. Sin will rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? The first case of civil rivalry, which denotes evil. It reads in the 9th verse, and Yahweh said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which have opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou note the judgment, and it shall allow you to know that you should fear Yahweh, that you should hurry up and depart from evil before Yahweh judge you for the evil that you commit. It says, when thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth. That's not a blessing. And Cain said unto Yahweh, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, as we read in Proverbs 1. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that find me shall slay me. Look at the punishment, the judgment for evil, for not fearing Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto him, therefore whoso slay Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. It also tells us, so it allows us to know that we were to do good, that in the beginning of time, the Almighty had already told man to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. He have already told man, if thou does well, ye shall be accepted. If thou does not well, or if thou does not depart from evil, sin lieth at the door. Well, it also tells us by way of testimony, if we take a look at the 20th chapter of Genesis. We'll try to establish most of this in chronological order as we have it in our Holy Scriptures. So now let's turn to the 20th chapter. The 20th chapter. But I think before I go to the 20th chapter, let me establish two more things before we go to the 20th chapter. And the first thing I would like to establish is in the 6th chapter of Genesis, going in chronological order. The 6th chapter of Genesis. To continue to allow us to know and to show the world how one can fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law. And it tells us in the 6th chapter of Genesis, if we all go there, please. And let's pick up at the 2nd verse. Matter of fact, we'll start at the 1st verse and we will read to the 13th verse. And it tells us in Genesis, the 6th chapter, the very 1st verse. And it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, beautiful, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great. It says, and Yahweh saw that the evilness of man was great in the earth. So man was not departing from evil at this time. Instead, their evilness and their wickedness was great in the earth, and that every imagination, not every wisdom, knowledge, and instruction that Yahweh gave is being perceived, but what is being perceived, it reads, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only, look what the evil or the wickedness is called, it was only evil continually. So much, it reads, and it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And he said, and Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created, because they don't fear him. And according to the 6th verse, their evil was only continually done over and over again. Thus the 7th verse reads, and Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repented me that I have made them. But Yahweh's mercy endures forever. Thus it tells us in the 8th verse, but Noah found grace. But Noah found mercy in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect. And to be just and perfect, you must fear Yahweh and depart from evil. You cannot be just. You cannot be perfect and don't fear Yahweh. You cannot be just. You cannot be perfect and don't depart from evil. Thus, it allows us to know why Job is called perfect, because he feared Yahweh and because he departed from evil. He did not follow the multitude in their imaginations to do evil. Thus it reads, it continued to read, and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with Elohim. To walk on the path of Yahweh, you must fear Yahweh, and you must depart from evil, according to all the words of wisdom that we read in Proverbs at the beginning of this great presentation. It continued to tell us, and Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence, filled with evil. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. It was evil, for all flesh had corrupt his way upon the earth. And how did all flesh corrupt his way upon the face of the earth? By leaning upon their own imagination, by not considering the principal part. They did not possess wisdom, knowledge, nor understanding of the holy. Thus, it tells us again In the 11th verse, the earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence, as it is this day. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And if we truly understand what we are reading, and if we truly fear Yahweh, we know that we should be trembling this day, because the earth is corrupt today. There is violence full or filled in the earth. Thus it reads in the 13th verse, and Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And we know that today. We see the earth being filled with violence today. We see that the earth is corrupt today. We see that everyone walks according to their own evil imagination today. So based on this story, we should tremble. We should fear Yahweh, and we should depart from evil today. Thus it reads in the 13th verse again, and Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, as it is this day, Mr. and Mrs. Israel. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. And those few words is more than enough to make you tremble if you truly fear Yahweh. And these words are being spoken before the statutes of life is given to the children of Israel. It also tells us in chronological order, if we pick up at the 20th chapter of Genesis. For it tells us in the 20th chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the very first verse, and please take note of the testimony, take note of the story, because we are using these stories to prove without a shadow of a doubt that the fear of Yahweh has been on the earth from the beginning of time until the end of time. The story about fearing Yahweh and departing from evil is shown throughout your entire scriptures, from the end to the beginning. Thus, we find ourselves in the beginning. And it tells us again in the beginning, if we turn to Genesis, the 20th chapter, and pick up this great testimony of Abraham and Amalek. Thus, it tells us in the very first verse, and it reads, and Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelt between Kadesh and Sur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said to Sarah his wife, she is my sister. And Amalek king of Ger sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Amalek in a dream by night, and said unto him, Behold, thou art but a dead man. And note how the Creator deals with an evil act. He judges it. And most times, the judgment is death. That is another reason why one should fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Especially if you have any account or any worry about your own life. Thus it reads, again in the 3rd verse, but Elohim came to Amalek in a dream by night and said unto him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. The terminology, the definition is adultery. You're committing adultery with another man's wife. In the law, the adulterer and the adulteress shall die. Well, there is not adulteress in the story, but there is an adulterer. Thus the Almighty came to him in a dream by night and told that adulterer that you are but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, which is evil, she is a man's wife. But Amalek had not come near her, meaning he have not had sex with her. He have not taken her. And he said, Master, will thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he, and no, it says, and we can't pass this question. Matter of fact, you should answer this question in the plight of our study today. The question was, Master, calling Yahweh a master, will thou slay also a righteous nation? And what is the answer to that? To this point, from where we started, in Proverbs 1 to Genesis 20 and 4, what is the answer to that question? Will Yahweh slay a righteous nation? The answer is no, based on what we found out in Genesis, the 4th chapter. If thou dost well, thou shalt be accepted. If thou dost not well, then a nation shall be slain. Thus it reads in the 5th verse, said he not unto me, talking about Abraham did not say unto Amalek, she is my sister. And she herself said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart, in innocence of my hands, have I done this. And Elohim said it to him in a dream, yeah, I know that thou did this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning. So if he would have went on in to Abraham's wife, Sarah, then it would have been adultery and it would have been sin. It would have shown that he did not fear Yahweh, and it would have shown that he prevailed in evil instead of departing from it. It says, I also withheld thee from sinning against me. We only sin against Yahweh. If thou does not well, sin lies at the door. Well, if thou does not well against Yahweh, sin lies at the door. It says, therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet. And he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, if you do not depart from the evil, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. So look why it's so important to depart from evil. Look why you should fear Yahweh when he tell one to depart from evil, because he will not only kill you, but he might kill all that thou have. Therefore Amalek rose early in the morning. He didn't wait. He didn't ponder all day. It says he rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things in their ears. And the men were so afraid, as you should be this day. Just like he told his men this story, and they was afraid. Well, I'm telling you this story, and we using this story to prove without a shadow of a doubt and teach how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law. You should be trembling at these words today, especially you that don't know how to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The 9th verse reads, then Amalek called Abraham and said unto him, what hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought upon me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Amalek said unto Abram, what sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And note the response of the prophet Abraham. And it denotes one that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And the reason why he told this white collar lie is because it reads in the 11th verse, and Abraham said, because I thought, surely, please take note of these words, before the covenant of the law was given to the children of Israel, it reads, and Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place. Well, hold on. According to many of the Israelites today's teachings, they are asking and stating that you cannot fear Yahweh and depart from evil without keeping the law. You cannot fear Yahweh and depart from evil without being under the covenant of the law. Well, here is a proof that the fear of Yahweh has been on the earth from the beginning of time, and Yahweh desire for one to depart from evil has been on the foundation of the earth from the beginning of time. Thus it tells us again, and Abraham said, because I thought, Surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. If the fear of Yahweh was not in this place, and Abraham the prophet thought it wasn't, but he had found out that it was. The fear of Yahweh was in that place. Even the prophet didn't know. But it allows us to know that the fear of Yahweh has always been on the face of the earth from the day that Yahweh said, "Let there be light." That master is to be feared. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 12th verse, and yet, indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her that this is thy kindness, which thou shalt show unto me. At every place, no, every place. That was just one of the every places. That was just one of the places that they went. But she was to tell where every place that she was Abraham's sister instead of his wife. And the reason why she was told these things is because of what was read in the 11th verse. Because Abraham thought, surely the fear of Elohim is not in those places. So he asked Sarah to tell whoever it is in these places that we sojourn that you are my sister. Because if the fear of Yahweh is not in this place, if these people have not departed from evil, they will kill me and take my wife, which is Yisreal. Thus it tells us in the 13th verse, and it came to pass when Elohim caused to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, this is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me at every place, whether we shall come, say of me, he is my brother. And Amalek took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants and gave them to Abraham and restored him Sarah, his wife. He didn't just give Sarah back, he gave gifts back, that the mercy of Yahweh be upon him. It says he gave her sheep, he gave him sheep, he gave him oxen, he gave him men servants, he gave him women servants, and he gave him, or it says, and he restored to him Sarah, his wife. And Amalek said, behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleases thee. And unto Sarah he said, behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. He kept giving. Behold, he is to thee a covering of thy eyes, and to all that are with thee, and with all others thus was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Amalek and his wife and his manservants, his maidservants, and they bare children. For Yahweh had fast, note why you should fear Yahweh. Note why you should depart from Yisreal. For it tells us, for Yahweh had fast closed up all the wounds. Just because this man was about to do an evil act, unknowingly, Yahweh closed up all the wounds of the women of that kingdom. So for one evil, look how many people was going to die. Look how many people was going to suffer for one evil. As it tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, I think it's found in the 8th chapter, one sinner. Let me get there right quick. We done finished up this chapter. It says, let me finish that 18th verse. For Yahweh had fast closed up all the wounds of the house of Amalek because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. And I was letting you know that because of one sinner destroys much. I think that's how it says it in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter. Let me turn there right quick. We will be going to the 22nd chapter of Genesis next, but I just want to establish what I just stated about what one sinner can cause. For it tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, the book of wisdom, I think it's the 8th chapter. Sorry about that. It's the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter, in the 18th verse, wisdom. And the wisdom denotes fear of Yahweh. But note, wisdom is better than weapons of war. But one sinner destroys much good. So this one sinner, if he would have sinned, would have destroyed much good. Even though the other people in that kingdom might have been doing good, they would have been destroyed. Even though the women in that kingdom might have been doing good, their wound would have been sealed. One sinner destroys much good. One evil person, one evil act. Thus it tells us to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, all the acts of evil. We should find ourselves in Genesis, the 22nd chapter, to find another testimony. And this testimony allows us to know by way of Yahweh's mouth that he knew that they feared him, or he knew that Abraham fears him. So it allows us, we're showing that the fear of Yahweh was in the earth way before Yahweh gave the covenant of the law to the children of Israel. The same and the desire of Yahweh for man to depart from evil, to not lean upon their own imagination, have been in the earth from the beginning of creation. Not the beginning of Yahweh giving the covenant of the law to Israel, but from the beginning of creation. Israel is not the only people on the face of the earth that is supposed to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, but Adam is, and Adam denotes the whole human race. So, from the beginning of man being created on the earth, he is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Not when he become an Israelite and become under the covenant of the law. Thus, it tells us in the 22nd chapter of Genesis. And if we pick up at the very first verse, and I want to pick up at the very first verse because a lot of people have read Genesis 22 and have not understood it. They have not understood that the voice of Yahweh is law. And when the Almighty command you to do something, you will find in that command law, statutes, ordinances, maybe even a judgment. But you will find in that voice those fractions or functions of the law. So let's read this carefully. Let's see what was told to Abraham. Let's see if he obeyed. And then let's see would that represent what his son said about him in the 26th chapter of Genesis. But let's read the 22nd before we can witness what the 26th chapter is speaking of. And it reads, "And it came to pass, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. And we are showing from the beginning of time to the end of time, man, Adam, is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And it came to pass after these things that Elohim did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thy only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee." So, in following instructions, he couldn't even just go to any mountain. That would not be following the instruction. He could only go to the mountain that Yahweh will show thee. That's the same as when the Creator tell the Israelites to keep every word of the covenant of the law. They were not to be in obedience. They were not to keep the covenant of the law wherever they were at, but only at the place that he had chose, only at the place that he made known to them. And that place was only called the land of Canaan. And it was denoted as the place that ye shall possess, which was all of your dwellings, the land that thou inherit, because of the promise Yahweh made to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So it is vital that you follow the instructions. That way you will be fearing Yahweh and you will be departing from evil. If you do it another way, you will not be fearing Yahweh, nor have you departed from evil. So it continues to read in the 3rd verse. "And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass and took two of his young men with him and Isaac his son, and cleaved the wood for the burnt offering," please take note, "and rose up and went into the place of which Elohim had told him. Any other place, you are committing evil. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place after afar off." So it says 3 days later. "And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship and come again to you." And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire. All this denotes statues. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abram his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went, both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of, following the instructions. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son, as Yahweh had told him. Thus, it reads in the 11th verse, And the angel of Yahweh called into him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. Note the 12th verse. And he said, Lay not thy hand. And this verse should always be used when one tried to establish human sacrifice, when one tried to establish that a character in another book have died for your sins, and it was Yahweh's desire. Well, here with our Father, the Father of the Israelites, it allowed us to know by the way of our father, Abraham, that Yahweh never desired a human sacrifice. Never. Thus it reads in the 12th verse. And he said, Lay not thy hand upon the lad, neither do thy anything into him. For now I know that thy fearest Elohim. Well, these words are being said by the angel that Yahweh sent. And these words allow us to know that the fear of Yahweh and the theme to depart from evil have always been in the earth. We are reading early testimonies in the beginning, and we can show those same words to the end. It continues to tell us, I think I left off at the 12th verse, I know that thy fearest Elohim, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thy only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. Please take note. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Jireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, said Yahweh, for because, please take note, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son. And the only way you're going to do that thinking that you take the life of your son is because Yahweh told you to, and you had to fear Yahweh, as Yahweh had the angel to explain in the 12th verse. When he withheld his hand, it allowed him to know and the readers to know that Abraham truly feared Yahweh to where he was going to go all the way with it. Thus we find in the 16th verse, and said, by myself have I sworn, said Yahweh, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thy only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in thy seed shall all the nations. Look at the reward, look at the benefits for wisdom, for fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. It says, and thy seed shall possess the gates of his enemy, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast what? Obeyed the knowledge, the wisdom, the instructions. It says, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So again, Israel, another great testimony to show without a shadow of a doubt that the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil have always been in the earth. It did not come by way of the Israelites receiving the covenant of the law. It has always been in the earth. If Yahweh is the master, where is his fear? And we all know that Yahweh is the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. Where is his fear? Should he not be feared from the beginning to the end? Thus, it tells us one more place I would like to go, and that is the 17th chapter. The 17th chapter of Genesis. I kind of skipped that one. The 17th chapter of Genesis. No, excuse me, sorry about that. Before we go to the 17th chapter, let's go to the 26th. Let's establish this point. Once we've seen the test of Abraham, and that test allowed Yahweh to know that he truly feared him, and that he was one that would depart from evil, it tells us in the 26th chapter, as it told us in the 22nd chapter, that Abraham was rewarded for his fear, for his wisdom, for his knowledge, and for the understanding and accepting the instructions. Thus, he was blessed. Well, in the 26th chapter, Abraham's son acknowledged this fear of his father. He acknowledged his desire to depart from evil, and he acknowledged that Yahweh rewards the righteous. It acknowledges the benefits of one that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And that benefit was a blessing. Thus, it tells us in Genesis 26, if we pick up at the second verse, I'll start at the first, and it reads, And there was a famine in the land besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went into Amalek, king of the Philistines, into Gur. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I should tell thee of. And if he go down in Egypt, he have sinned, he have committed evil. If he go not to the land that Yahweh shall tell thee, he have committed evil. The third verse reads, Sojourn in this land. If he do not sojourn in that land, he will commit evil, and it will show that he do not fear his Creator. For his Creator says in the third verse, Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For into thee and into thy seed will I give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give into thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Why? Because that Abraham obeyed my voice. Now, we can search the scripture from the 12th chapter, actually from the 11th chapter to this chapter, and we can find and search what was it that Abraham obeyed. We don't have to add. We don't have to diminish. We don't have to give Yahweh a benefit of a doubt. All we have to do is read the truth and witness it. Thus, it is being witnessed because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge. When you go back to the 22nd verse, when Yahweh appeared to Abraham, you can see the charge. It says, he kept my charge, my commandments. If you read in Genesis 22, you will see what Yahweh commanded Abraham to do. My statutes. If you look at what Abraham had to do, you will see the statutes. And my laws. If you see what Abraham had to do in Genesis 22, you will see the law. And he did all of those things, and it showed that he feared Yahweh. Now let's go to the 17th chapter. For in the 17th chapter of Genesis, and this will be the last chapter we will deal with in the beginning, in the book of Genesis, and I wanted to it tells us in the beginning of Genesis, the 17th chapter, the very first verse, it reads, allow us to know that the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil was in the earth from the beginning of Yahweh's creation. Thus it tells us, and not when the Israelites received the covenant of the law. It says, and when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty Elohim. I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be thy perfect. And we just established this walk before me and be thy perfect means to walk upright or sincere. And we have shown from the beginning that Abraham was upright. We shown at the beginning when the Almighty created Adam and Eve and men began to multiply with the women of men, or the sons of Elohim began to multiply with the women of men, that the earth was corrupt, that they were not upright, they were not perfect, they did not fear Yahweh, nor was they departing from evil, but every man's imagination was only evil. Thus Yahweh, it repented Yahweh that he made the earth, and he was going to destroy the earth. But in the idea of destroying the earth, which he did, he found one that was perfect. Thus we find the same words for one that fear Yahweh and depart from evil in Noah's days, as we find in the days of our fathers, Abraham. Thus it read again in the first verse, and when Abraham was 99 years old and 9, that Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Walk with me, walk before me, and be thy perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. So it allows us to know that there was one that, and Abraham was that one that feared Yahweh and departed from evil, and he was a recipient of all the benefits of wisdom. He was the recipient of all the benefits of one that feared Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Proverbs, the 34th chapter. Proverbs, the 34th chapter. And it tells us, and I think I said Proverbs, Psalms 34. There is not 34 chapters in Proverbs, so we want Psalms 34. We're going to keep testifying and show the world how to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And we're going to do that by showing them what the scripture says about fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. Thus, we are showing the psalmist in Psalms 34. And let's pick up at the first verse. Psalms 34, verse 1. And we're going to read to the 11th verse. Psalms 34, starting at the first verse to the 11th verse, and it reads, allowing us to know that we must be taught the fear of Yahweh. We must be taught to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Other than that, we're going to find ourselves leaning upon our own imagination. And the imagination of man is only evil. Thus it reads, I will bless Yahweh at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. And one of the praises of Yahweh is to tell one to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. That is a praise, because fear belongs to him only. It says, my soul shall make her boast in Yahweh. The humble, the afflicted, those that fear Yahweh, those that is of a contrite spirit, it says, the humble shall hear thereof and be glad. Oh, magnify Yahweh with me. Let's fear him and depart from evil. It reads, oh, magnify Yahweh with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought Yahweh, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears. They looked into him and were lightened, and their face were not ashamed. This poor man cried, and Yahweh heard him, and he will hear you if you fear him and depart from evil, and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of Yahweh encamped around about them, just like he did with Abraham, that fear him and delivered them. Please take note. It says again in the 7th verse, the angel of Yahweh encamped round about them that fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that Yahweh is good. Blessed, it says, that we just seen with our father Abraham. It says, blessed is the man that trusts in him. Oh, fear Yahweh, ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The young lion do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek Yahweh shall not want any good thing. Come, ye children of man and the children of Israel, hearken unto me. I will teach you this day the fear of Yahweh. It also tells us, if we take a look at Psalms 111. Psalms 111. As we being taught to fear Yahweh this day. Psalms 111. And it tells us in Psalms 111 something very great in the 10th verse. But I want to read to the 10th verse. For it tells us in Psalms 111, if we pick up at the very first verse, Hallelujah! I will Hallelujah, or it reads, Hallelujah! I will praise Yah with my whole heart in the assembly of the upright and in the congregation. The works of Yahweh are great. That is why he is to be feared. Sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. Those that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, the works of Yahweh are great. They are sought out by them that have the pleasure therein, because they know that there is a benefit, there is a reward for those that follow Yahweh knowledge and instruction. His work is honorable and glorious, and his righteousness endures forever. He has made his wonderful works to be remembered, and that is why you are to fear him. Yahweh is gracious and full of compassion. That is why you are to fear him. He has given meat unto them that fear him. He will ever be mindful of his covenant. He has showed his people the power of his works. That is why he is to be feared, that he may give them the heritage of the heathen. The works of his hands are verity and judgment. All his commandments are sure. That is why you are to fear him. They stand fast forever and ever, and are done in truth and uprightness. That is why you are to fear him. He sent redemption into his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and reverent is his name. That is why you are to fear him and depart from evil. The 10th verse reads, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. A great understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praises endures forever. Well, one of the greatest commands is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. That is not a suggestion. That is a command. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Proverbs again, if we go to the 9th chapter of Proverbs, teaching man how to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil, even if you don't find yourself under the covenant of the law. It tells us in Proverbs, the 9th chapter, going straight to the point, and I'll pick up the point at the 4th verse. Proverbs 9, verse 4. And it reads, whoso is simple, let him turn in hiter. As for him that want understanding, which is the principal part, she said to him, and this is wisdom, being personified as a she. And it reads, come, eat of my bread, and drink of the wine which I have mingled. Forsake the foolish and live. How do we depart from evil? Forsake it and live. And go in the way of understanding, not in the way of leaning upon one's own imagination, not in the way where one is right in his own eyes, but it tells us how to depart from evil, how to fear Yahweh. It says, forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. When you go in the way of understanding, you are fearing Yahweh. He that reprove a scorner gets to himself shame, and he that rebukes a wicked man gets himself a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach, as we are doing today, how to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It reads, teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. And the last verse I will read, it tells us, the fear of Yahweh, Israel, is the beginning of wisdom. And the beginning of wisdom was used with the Creator and the beginning of creation. So again, we have shown by way of law and testimony that the fear of Yahweh has been in the earth from the beginning of creation. For it tells us again, we that have eyes and can see and ears that can hear, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. And the scripture tells us, as we will read in a second, that wisdom was with Yahweh in the beginning. So if the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, if wisdom is the beginning of fearing Yahweh, or let me say it even greater, as it is written, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, or the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. It is the principal part. Well, if the principal part was with Yahweh in the beginning, that means the fear of Yahweh was with Yahweh in the beginning. The fear of Yahweh was in the earth in the beginning, way before he chose the children of Israel. The fear of Yahweh was put in this earth. Thus, it tells us one more time in the 10th verse, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge, please take note, the knowledge of the holy is the principal part. Or it reads in your book, the knowledge of the holy is understanding. And we need to understand these things as we are being taught that how can one fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law? Well, you do that because the fear of Yahweh have always been with Yahweh. The fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil have always been the desire of your Creator from the day that he said, let there be light. Thus, it tells us, going back one chapter, if we pick up at Proverbs, the 8th chapter, and it allows us to know and gives us a greater understanding in this teaching of fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. We find in Proverbs, the 8th chapter, if we turn there, please. And we find that we were to hate evil. And we can find that truth if we pick up at the very first verse, because we need to read these things. We need to see these things with our own eyes to be able to witness these things, to be able to tell our brothers and sisters to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil, and to give them the reason why, to give them the knowledge of the holy. See, a lot of times they don't understand when we say fear Yahweh and depart from evil. All we are telling them is the knowledge of the holy, what you will find the true understanding in your entire scripture dealing with Yahweh and the holy. And what he have always told his creation was to fear him and depart from evil. And that was not just for Israel, but that was for Adam in the beginning. Thus it tells us in Proverbs 8, starting at the very first verse, how Yahweh possessed wisdom, and wisdom being the beginning of the fear of Yahweh, or the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. It allows us to know and allow us to teach that the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil was in the earth way before the covenant of the law was made with his chosen people called the children of Israel. Thus it reads, does not wisdom cry? It's crying right now. And understanding put forth her voice. Can you hear it? She stands in the top of the high places, by the way, in the places of the paths. She cries at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the doors. And to you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. I told you, to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil is not just for Israel, but to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil is to the sons of men, his creation. O ye simple, understand wisdom, understand the fear of Yahweh, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things. To fear Yahweh and to depart from evil is excellent. And the openings of my lips shall be right things. For my mouth shall speak truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips. And that's the opposite of departing from evil. Wickedness is an abomination. Abomination is evil. The 8th verse reads, all the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil is plain and het. It says, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? Here it says, all the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain to him that understands, and right to them that find knowledge, the knowledge of the holy. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of the knowledge of the holy. The 10th verse reads, receive my instruction, and not silver, and knowledge of the holy rather than choice gold. For wisdom, the fear of Yahweh is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to wisdom, nor the fear of Yahweh. Our wisdom dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge of the witty inventions. Please take note of the 13th verse. The fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. And we are teaching how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Well, the Elohimly fear tells us to hate evil. The 13th verse reads, the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. Not just evil, but the things that denote evil, like pride and arrogancy and the evil way and the forward mouth do I hate. So you can't do nothing that Yahweh hate and say that you fear Yahweh. You can't do nothing that Yahweh hate and say that you have departed from evil. The 14th verse reads, counsel is mine and sound wisdom. I am understanding. I have strength. By me kings reign, and princes decree justice. By me princes rule, and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. I love them, please take note, that love me. And those that seek me early shall find me. Riches and honor are with me. Yeah, durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, yea, than fine gold, and my revenue than choice silver. I lead in the way of righteousness in the midst of the paths of judgment. So there is no righteousness, nor judgment outside of fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. Please take note, when the fear of Yahweh began, and please take note when the command to depart from evil took note or took place in the earth. For it tells us in the 22nd verse of Proverbs 8, Yahweh possessed me in the beginning. And what? And who is me? It is this wisdom that's being personified as a she. And it says, Yahweh had possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. So the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil has been possessed in the earth from the beginning, or ever the earth was. When there was no depths, I was brought forth. When there was no fountains abroad, bounding with water, before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth, while as yet he had not made the earth, no, nor the field, nor the highest parts of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depths, when he established a cloud above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea his decree that the water should not pass his commandment, no,
his voice. It's the command. Even the waters is under it. It says again, when he gave to the sea his decree that the water should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the fountains of the earth, when I was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight. So the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil is Yahweh's daily delight, rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in the habitable parts of his earth. And my delights were with the sons of men, those that eschewed evil, those that feared Yahweh. The 32nd verse reads, Now therefore hearken unto me, O ye children of men, for blessed are they that keep my ways. Hear instruction and be wise, and refuse it not. Blessed, as we just seen with Abraham, as we seen with Noah, and as we're going to see with Job, it reads, blessed is the man that hear me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the post of my doors. For whoso find me, find the fear of Yahweh, and depart from evil, finds life, and shall obtain favor, blessings, mercy, grace of Yahweh. But he that fear not Yahweh, and he that depart not from evil, and he that does not well, it reads, but he that sins against me wrongs his own soul. You better tremble. All they that hate me love death. And how can you hate the Creator? How can you hate the Master? How can you hate your own Father? It also tells us, Israel, dealing with the Elohimly fear and dealing with what fearing Yahweh bring forth while we back in the book of Proverbs. Let's take a look at the 14th chapter, the 27th verse. The 14th chapter of Proverbs, because we're teaching right now, and we're teaching Israel and man how to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And we're showing them why one is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. We are showing them the wickedness and the reward. Thus, it tells us in the 14th chapter of Proverbs, the 27th verse. I'll start at the 26th. And it reads in the 26th and the 27th verse, and the fear of Yahweh is strong confidence, and his children, those that fear Yahweh, and his children shall have a place of refuge, because you fear them. Just like we read the story of Amalek, where the Almighty was going to kill Amalek if he didn't have that fear, and all the women in that land womb was going to be sealed. Well, if he didn't fear Yahweh, well, he did. So those things didn't happen to them. Well, as it reads in this 26th verse, and the fear of Yahweh is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge, because you feared Yahweh. The 27th verse read, in the last verse I'll read in this chapter, the fear of Yahweh is a fountain of life. Note, the fountain of life is given to depart from the snares of death. That is another way of saying to depart from evil. Death is evil. Death is the snares of evil when one do not depart from it. Death. And that's why we should tremble. That's why we should fear Yahweh, because we know what can happen, and we are learning today what can happen to us if we don't. It tells us, and I just see this in my face, and I want to go ahead and acknowledge this too, even though I might be going off track a little bit, but it tells us in the 15th chapter, in our process of teaching to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil, how we can fear Yahweh and depart from evil without being under the covenant of the law. The 16th verse of the 15th chapter tells us, better is little with the fear of Yahweh than great treasures and trouble therewith. And that's what happens when you don't fear Yahweh and depart from evil. You're going to find yourself in great trouble. It also tells us I'll just go ahead and do it in the order that I'm seeing it on my page. Well, not necessarily, because I'm hitting verses that I don't supposed to hit right now, but they right here in front of my face. It tells us also in the 19th chapter, if we go there, please. The 19th chapter of Proverbs, continuing to allow us to know the Elohimly fear of Yahweh and how we are to fear Yahweh and hate evil. As Proverbs 8:13 told us that the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. The 14th chapter, the 27th verse told us that we will be satisfied. The 19th chapter, the 9th verse, if we read that, it tells us about the fear of Yahweh. I said the 19th chapter, the 9th verse, it says, I think I wanted the 23rd verse, and it tells us in the 23rd verse of the 19th chapter, the fear of Yahweh tends to life, and he that hath it shall abide satisfied. So the 19th chapter, the 23rd verse tells us about the Elohimly fear, and you will be satisfied if you truly fear him and depart from evil. It says the fear of Yahweh tends to life, and he that hath it shall abide satisfied. Who shall abide satisfied? The man that fear Yahweh. He shall not be visited with evil. Why not? Because he have departed from evil and he fear his creator. So the Almighty is not bringing trouble upon him. Also, dealing with the Elohimly fear and us teaching to fear Yahweh, we know that it says in the first chapter, the 7th verse, the beginning of wisdom. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. So another benefit that you will receive for fearing Yahweh is wisdom. You are to hate evil, You are to be satisfied according to the 14th chapter of Proverbs, the 27th verse, according to the 19th chapter, the 23rd verse. You are to be satisfied, and according to the first chapter, the 7th verse, it allows us to know that the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. And then we have testimonies that motivates one to fear Yahweh. And we see in Jeremiah, if we turn there, please, the 10th chapter. Jeremiah, the 10th chapter, please. We have to use the volume of the book to show our brothers and sisters all that Yahweh has said, dealing with fear Yahweh and depart from evil. There are other words and other chapters and verses that contain fear, but it did not denote Israel fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. It denotes Israel being a fear, or it denotes Israel not fearing the enemy or something like that. Those are not the chapters and verses that I have pulled out to teach Israel how to fear Yahweh. I pulled out all the verses and chapters, most of all the verses and chapters that show how to fear Yahweh, what it means to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. So those are the chapter and verses we're dealing with today, even though that you might find other verses that read fear, but it does not denote the context that we are teaching right now. We are teaching what or how can we fear Yahweh without the covenant of the law. So we are teaching how to fear Yahweh, what the scripture says about fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. Thus, let us turn our scripture to Jeremiah, the 10th chapter, and let's take a look at the 7th verse. Jeremiah, the 10th chapter, the 7th verse. And it allows us to know why one is to fear Yahweh. The fear that which motivates one to fear Yahweh. And here we find it is his majesty. It is his majesty, according to the 7th verse, it reads, "Who would not fear thee, O King of nations, the majesty? For to thee does it pertain." The fear only pertains to Yahweh. Fearing the Creator who created all the nations and everything therein is. So man don't get the fear, but the Creator does. Thus, in Jeremiah 10:7 shows the motivation to fear Yahweh because of his majesty. Thus it reads again, "Who would not fear thee? Only a fool, O King of nations, for to thee and thee only does it pertain. For as much as among all the wise men of the nations and in all their kingdoms, there is none like unto thee." So again, all the earth is to fear Yahweh because of his great majesty. That should be one of your motivations to fear Yahweh, because it pertains to him only. Also, another motivation is for the forgiveness that we find among our great Creator. And we can find that truth if we turn our scriptures to Psalms 130. Psalms 130. And please write these scriptures down. That way you can easily show your brother when they ask you the next time, how do we fear Yahweh and depart from evil without keeping the covenant of the law? And you can let them know that man have always was supposed to fear Yahweh and depart from evil way before the Israelites came up under the covenant of the law. Thus it tells us in Psalms 130, verse 4, Israel, and it reads, I'll start at the 3rd verse, and it reads, If thy, Yahweh, should mark iniquity, O Master, who shall stand? Well, that question can be answered based on what we found in the beginning, in Genesis, the 4th chapter, the 7th verse. If thou does well, thou should be accepted. If thou does well, there is no iniquity. If thou does not well, then the iniquities can be marked. Or it reads, then sin lies at the door. So in the 3rd verse of the 130th division of Psalms, it says again, if thy Yahweh should mark his iniquity, O Master, who shall stand? The 4th verse answers, but there is forgiveness with thee, that thou mayest be feared. Did you get it? The Almighty mercy endures forever. And that is another great reason why you should fear him. Thus, I will read that 5th verse. I wait for Yahweh. My soul does wait. And while I wait, I'm going to fear him, and I'm going to depart from all evil. It says, and in his word do I hope. It also tells us, if we look in the book of Joshua, to show another motive why we are to fear Yahweh, and it denotes his power. If we turn to Joshua, the 4th chapter, that is another motivation for man to fear Yahweh, because of his majesty, because of his forgiveness, and because of his power. Thus, it tells us in Joshua, the 4th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And let's read the 23rd and the 24th verse. In the book of Joshua, the 4th chapter, let's pick up at the last 2 verses of the chapter, which is the 23rd and the 24th. And it reads, showing why one is motivated to fear Yahweh, what entities that Yahweh have displayed that should allow you to fear him and depart from evil. Thus the 23rd verse reads, for Yahweh, your Elohim, dried up the waters of Jordan from before you until ye were passed over, as Yahweh your Elohim did to the Red Sea, which he dried up from before us until we were gone over, that all the people, please take note, that all the people of the earth might know the hand, the might, the wonders, the mighty acts. It says might know the hand of Yahweh, that it is mighty, and that ye might fear Yahweh your Elohim forever, because of his power. His power and his might should be a motivation to you and I to fear him and to depart from evil. You should be scared. You should be afraid. Also, if we take a look in 1 Samuel, the 12th chapter, 1 Samuel, the 12th chapter, will show us another reason why and teach us another reason why man is to fear Yahweh. We've seen thus far, man is to fear Yahweh because of his majesty, because of his forgiveness, because of his power, and now we're going to show because of his goodness that he have displayed, not just to man, but into his entire creation. For we all, flesh and the beast, depend on our Creator. Thus, it tells us in 1 Samuel, the 12th chapter, if we all turn there, and it reads in the 24th verse. I'll start at the 23rd verse and read to the 24th. And it reads, moreover, as for me, Elohim forbid that I should sin. And he forbid that any of us should sin. That's why the command is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus it reads again in the 23rd verse of 1 Samuel, the 12th chapter, moreover, as for me, Elohim forbid that I should sin against Yahweh. How? In ceasing to pray for you. But I will teach you the good and the right way. Only note, being taught the good and being taught the right way, it tells us in the 24th verse, only fear Yahweh and serve him in truth with all your heart. For consider now great things he have done for you. Consider the goodness. Fear him because of the goodness. But if ye shall still do wickedly, refuse to depart from evil, refuse to fear him, ye shall be consumed, both ye and your king. So it allows us to know the motivations for one to fear Yahweh that we find in the scriptures is because of his majesty. It is because of his great mercy enduring forever, called his forgiveness. It is because of his power, and it is because of his goodness. Thus, we find in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. If we turn here, please. Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. And it tells us in the 15th verse, if we turn there, please, and it allows us to know the same things that Yahweh said in the beginning, he also said to Abraham and his seed, is the seed that he had chosen, which were called the children of Israel. And we find in the 40th year of their wanderings that Yahweh told them these great words. And it denotes to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. It denotes a distinction being made of the knowledge of the holy. And the knowledge of the holy is to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And if you fear Yahweh and depart from evil, you have chosen to do the good. You have chosen life over death. Thus we find in Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, if we pick up at the 15th verse, it reads to the 20th verse these great words. See, I have set before thee this day life and good. If thou doest well, thou shalt be accepted. Well represent life and good. If thou does not well, then sin lieth at the door. Well, sin, if thou does not well, that means you did not turn from evil. You did not depart from evil. Thus, you will be a recipient of death and evil. Because you did not turn from wickedness. You did not do well. What lies at the door for you, as it reads in Genesis 4, verse 7, is sin. Here it says death and evil. In that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, his judgments, that thy mayest live and multiply. And Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee, where? In the land whether thy goes to possess it. When you find yourself under the covenant of the law, in the land of your dwellings, the dwellings that you possess, then the Almighty allows you to know that if you feared him and departed from evil, then you will be blessed in that great land of promise. The 17th verse reads, but if thy heart turn away, if you fear not Yahweh, if you do not depart from evil, so that thou will not hear. The Almighty said, fear him and depart from evil, where you ain't hearkening to that, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods and serve them. I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, that you shall surely not be accepted, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land of promise, the same land that you possess, the land of all your dwellings, it reads, whether thou passes over Jordan to go to possess it. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursings. Therefore choose life. Choose to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, that both thy and thy seed may live. That thou mayest love Yahweh thy Elohim, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave into him. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. For he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in thy dwellings in the land which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them, because they feared him and departed from evil. It also tells us, Israel, if we pick up Isaiah. I want to show what is written in Isaiah, the 14th chapter. And this is not dealing with Israel, but it's dealing with man. And it's dealing with the man that Yahweh had put over Israel. And what the man have done, it denotes evil. And this small section, I'm dealing with departing from evil. We read many scriptures, and many of the scriptures highlighted the motivation of fearing Yahweh. It highlighted the Elohimly fear that one should have toward Yahweh. It highlighted the testimonies that we found in the beginning of people fearing Yahweh. Well, this last little section is going to deal with departing from evil. And we find in Isaiah, the 14th chapter, if we all turn there, please. Isaiah, the 14th chapter. We find testimonies of evil. We find testimonies of one departing not from evil. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 14th chapter, that it is something that must be done. And it is toward all men, not just Israel, and not just the Israelites when they find themselves under the covenant of the law. But as we read in Proverbs 3, in all thy ways acknowledge him. In all thy ways we are to fear Yahweh and depart from evil and not lean upon our own imagination. For man, imagination is only evil. So long as you lean upon your own imagination, long as you write in your own eyes, you are not departing from evil. Long as you do not confirm every word and come up with your own opinion, you have not departed from evil. Thus, it tells us in Isaiah, the 14th chapter, if we all turn there real quick, and let's just read these two verses. And what we find in Isaiah, the 14th chapter, in the 12th to the 14th verse, is these words. Isaiah 14, verse 12 to 14, and it is talking to the king of Babylon. And what we find in the 14th chapter, I'll start at the 9th verse and read to the 14th verse, and it reads, Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. Hell. It stirs up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their bones all the kings of the nations. All they shall speak and say unto thee, Art thou also become weak as we? Even though you have sinned, even though you have given the glory to yourself, even though you have not feared Yahweh, nor have you departed from evil, it says in the 10th verse, all they shall speak and say unto thee, Art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us, destroyed? Thy prop is brought down to the grave. In the noise of thy vows, the worms is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? Or, O day star, son of the morning, how art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thy heart that he is holy than I, that thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven, like you is God, like you have power to go beyond what Yahweh has said into all the children of men, and that is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus the 13th verse reads again, for thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the side of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like what? It reads, I will be like the Most High. How can you fear Yahweh and depart from evil and say such a bragging thing like that? How can you allow your imagination to deceive you like that? Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee should narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man? He ain't no God. His delusion, his own imagination, being right in his cause, or being right in his own eyes, and first to his cause told him that he is like the Most High. But it tells us, they that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man that was calling himself God, that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness and destroyed the cities, talking about all the evil thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners, all the kings of the nations, even all of them lie in glory, every one in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the remnant of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword, that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden underfoot. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land and slain thy people. The seed of evil doers shall never be renowned. And just to continue to let you see how the Almighty deal with those that fear him not and those that refuse to depart from evil, it continues to tell us in the 21st verse, prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers. Please take note. That's why it's so important that we fear Yahweh and depart from evil, not just for our own self, but for our babies. It says that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. For I will raise up against them, said Yahweh of hosts, and cut off from Babylon the name, the remnant, and son and nephew, said Yahweh. I will also make it a possession for the bittern and pools of water, and I will sweep it with the basin of destruction. said Yahweh of hosts. So it allows us to know what happens to them that fear not Yahweh and that do not depart from evil. And you can't ever fear Yahweh by exalting yourself as the Most High. Thus, in this same wise, if we take a look at the 42nd, the 47th chapter of Isaiah. The 47th chapter of Isaiah. And it tells us in the 47th chapter of Isaiah, if we pick up at the 6th verse, still dealing with Babylon, still dealing with those that was in Isaiah 14 that refused to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It tells us in Isaiah 47, if we pick up at the 6th verse and start and read to the 15th verse, and it reads, I was rough with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thy hand. Thy didst show them no mercy. Look, y'all. And we ain't being shown no mercy today. But look how Yahweh going to take care of the enemy. He see all. It says, Thy didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient has thy very heavily laid thy yoke. And thy said, I shall be a lady forever. So that thou did not lay these things to thy heart, neither did remember the latter end of it. Therefore hear now this, thou that art given to pleasure, that dwellest carelessly, that says in thy heart, I am, please take note, and none else besides me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon thee in their perfection, for the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thy enchantments. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none sees me. Thy wisdom, please take note, and because a lot of us have been deceived by the same thing. We don't have true wisdom. How can you have true wisdom? Ask to me, how do we fear Yahweh and depart from evil when we ain't under the covenant of the law? It says, for thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none sees me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. When it says it hath converted thee, pervert means to turn. It has caused thee to turn away. Thus it reads again in the 10th verse, for thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none sees me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. And thou hast said in thy heart, I am. I'm like the Most High. I'm holy. And none else besides me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from which it rises, and mischief shall fall upon thee. Thou shalt not be able to put it off, and desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know, because you refuse to fear Yahweh, and you refuse to depart from evil. You have shown my children no mercy. Thus the 12th verse reads, stand now with thy enchantments and with thy multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. If so be, thou shalt be able to profit. If so be, thou mayest prevail. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly procrastinators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. Behold, they shall be as stubble. The fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm at, nor fire to sit before it. Thus shall they be unto thee, with whom thou hast labored, even thy merchants from thy youth. They shall wander every one to his quarters. None shall save thee. So it used a metaphor dealing with not fearing Yahweh and not departing from evil on one of the Israelite enemies that Yahweh put against Israel, and that enemy was Babylon. And he and its nation was judged because they did not fear Yahweh, they did not depart from evil, nor did they show Israel any mercy. And the scripture have already told of those that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, they that bless thee shall be blessed, and they that curse thee shall be cursed. Thus it shows Babylon being cursed because they did not fear Yahweh, they did not depart from evil, they put or equaled themselves to Yahweh, and they showed Yahweh children no mercy. It also tells us, if we turn our book to the book of Job, giving another example of departing from evil. And one asks, well, how do we depart from evil? The most simplest answer is to walk away, to not go in, to walk to the other direction. To hate evil. You know, if you hating something, you're not dealing with something that you hate, so you have departed from that which you hate. So it tells us in Job chapter 1, if we all turn there, please. Job chapter 1. And it reads in Job chapter 1, if we pick up at the very first verse. And as we read Job chapter 1, please remember the question of the presentation, which is, how can Israel or any man fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law? Well, your brother just took you in the book of Job. In the book of Job, chronologically, it belongs in the days of Abraham. In your book, in your Bible, the chronological order is after the book of Esther. Well, it tells us in the first chapter of Job, in the very first verse, there was a man in the land of Uz. Uz is not in the land of Canaan. It is in the east, whose name was Job. And that man was perfect. Well, we already read the definition of perfect. One that feared Yahweh and depart from evil, one that fear Yahweh and walk in his ways, one that walk with Yahweh. Thus, it tells us again in the first verse, there was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job, and that man was perfect and upright. How is this man perfect and upright? Without the covenant of the law, without being of Israel, it reads, and one that feared Elohim, and a shrewd, hated evil. Well, this is before the covenant of the law is made with the children of Israel in the wilderness, after they were freed from the Egyptian bondage. This is before that. And it is a truth and a proof that Yahweh wanted the whole earth and everything therein to fear him. And he truly desired and commanded man to depart from evil. Thus, it reads in the second verse, and there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance also was 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels and 500 yokes of oxen. And note what he got. And note that he already rich. It allows us to know if you poor or rich, you are to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. These words are for the greatest to the lowest. No one is exempt from fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. No one. Thus it reads, the last sentence of the third verse, and a very great household, so that this man was the greatest of all the men of the east. And his sons went and fast in their houses, every one his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. And it was so, when the days of their fasting or feasting were done about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning, and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned, have not done well, and cursed Elohim. And for you to sin and curse Elohim and not do well, you are not fearing Yahweh, and you truly have not departed from evil. But this is not the case with his children, but this is what he thought. And he feared Yahweh enough to pray for them just in case. Just in case they cursed Elohim in their hearts. Thus did Job continually. Now there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahweh. And Satan, or the adversary, came also among them. And Yahweh said unto the adversary, whence comes thy? Then the adversary answered Yahweh and said, from going to and fro in the earth. and from walking up and down in it. Note, in the whole earth, the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil is Yahweh's command. And Yahweh said it to Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man? What do that mean? One that fear Elohim and shrewd evil? Then Satan answered Yahweh and says, does Job fear Elohim for nothing? Hast thou not made an hedge about him and about his house? Look what happens when you fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Look what can happen to you. Look what can happen for you. We should truly fear him, knowing these things. It says, have not thou made an hedge about him and about his house and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and has in his substance is increased in the land. But put forth thy hand now, and touch all that he hath. Make him sick, hurt him, do something, and I can show you that he really don't fear you and that he really don't hate evil. It says in the 11th verse in its entirety, but put forth thy hand now and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. And Yahweh said it to Satan, behold, all that he hath is in thy power. Because Yahweh already established that this is a man that fear me. And this is a man that depart from evil. I know his heart. You can do whatever you want. The only thing I won't allow you to do is take his life. But you can do whatever you want. And I guarantee he will not act like Adam and Eve. It says, in the 12th verse, and Yahweh said it to Satan, behold, all that he hath is in thy hand, in thy power, only upon himself put not forth thy hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of Yahweh. And there was a day when it said the conference has been locked. That's what I just heard, whatever you just did. All right, it just said the conference has been locked. It says, and there was a day when his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger with Job and said, the oxen were plowing and the asses feeding beside them. And the Sabaeans fell upon them and took them away. Yea, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, some more afflictions befell them. It says, there came also another, and said, the fire of Elohim is fallen from heaven, and have burnt up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. The 17th verse of the first chapter of Job reads, while he was yet speaking, there came also another, and said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands, and fell upon the camels, and have carried them away. Yea, and slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another, and said, thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind, from the wilderness, and smote the four corners of the house, and it fell upon the young men, and they are dead, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Then Job arose to prove Yahweh righteous, to prove the adversary a liar. It says, then Job arose and rent his mantle and shaved his head and fell down upon the ground and worshipped and said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return tighter. Yahweh give, and Yahweh have taken away. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. And all this, and all that befell him, and all that was told to him, it reads, and all this Job said not, nor charged Elohim foolishly. So it allows us to know that he steadfast in his integrity to where he continued to fear Yahweh and departed from evil. The second chapter shows us the second test that was brought upon Job to allow us to use this example to teach Israel and any man that it is truly wisdom to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus it reads in the second chapter, the very first verse, again there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahweh, and the adversary came also among them to present himself before Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Satan, from whence comes thy? And the adversary answered Yahweh and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And Yahweh said unto the adversary, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man, one that fear Elohim and eschew evil, and still he holds fast his integrity, although thou movest me against him to destroy him without cause. Even if something going on in your life and it without cause, still fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And many of us have found ourselves in hell, born in hell. But even though you find yourself born in hell without cause, you are to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. The scripture says that the Israelites were kicked out of their land because of their iniquity, not because of your iniquity. So you find yourself today in hell without cause. You are still to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus the fourth verse reads, and Satan answered Yahweh and said, skin for skin. He said, I got another one. Skin for skin. Yeah, all that a man have will he give for his life. He will stop fearing you, and he will return to sin as a dog return to his vomit if you afflict him skin for skin. The fifth verse reads, but put forth thy hand now, and touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse thee to thy face. And Yahweh said unto the adversary, behold, he is in thy hand, but save his life, meaning you can't kill him. You can afflict him, but you can't kill him. So went Satan forth from the presence of Yahweh and smote Job with sore boils, and from the sole of his feet into his crown. And he took him a potsherd to scrape himself with her, and he sat down among the ashes. Then said his wife unto him, like I said, Job is not going to be found like Adam and Eve. It says, does thy still retain thy integrity? Curse Elohim and die. But he said unto her, he didn't take her advice as Adam did. It says, he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women. And that's what Adam should have said to Eve. And if he would have, it would have showed that he truly feared Yahweh and a shrewd evil, a shrewd one with another instruction. It says, again in the 10th verse, and in the last verse that I will read, but he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaks. What? Shall we receive good at the hand of Elohim, and shall we not receive evil? And all this, Job feared Yahweh and departed from evil. It reads, and all this did not Job sin with his lips. So he never failed to test. This man was truly perfect and upright because he feared Yahweh and departed from evil. And we know that there is benefits for fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. Thus it tells us in the 42nd chapter of Job. If we pick up at the 10th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh turned the captivity of Job. It allows us to know that Job, for fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, is a recipient of the benefits of wisdom. And this benefit of wisdom represents a restoration of all of his prosperity. Thus, and note the first sentence, even if you find yourself in captivity today, as your brother has stated, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus, the 10th verse reads, and Yahweh turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. Also, Yahweh gave Job twice as much as he had before. Then came there into him all his brethren, and all his sisters, and all they that had been of his acquaintance before, and did eat bread with him in his house. And they bemoaned him, and comforted him over all the evil that Yahweh had brought upon him. Every man also gave him a piece of money, and every one an earring of gold. So Yahweh blessed the latter end. Please take note of the reward. Please take note of the benefits. Please take note of one hope and faith, those that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It says, so Yahweh blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. For he had 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, and 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 she-asses. He had also 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he called the name of the first Yaima, and the name of the second Kiza, and the name of the third, Karen, Hoppa, and in all the land were no women found so beautiful as the daughters of Job, and their father gave them inheritance among their brethren. After this lived Job 140 years, no longevity, and saw his sons and his sons' sons, even 4 generations. So Job died, being old and full of days. The benefit of fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. It also tells us one more thing before we get out of this great book, and it is found in the 28th chapter of Job. The 28th chapter, the 28th verse. And it is told to those that have eyes and can see and ears that can hear, and that is supposed to be the world. It says in the 28th verse, and to man he said, behold, the fear of Yahweh the fear of Yahweh, that is wisdom. And to depart from evil is what? The principal part. It is understanding. So, again, another great proof that the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil has always been in the earth, and it does not just denote being under the covenant of the law. It also tells us, if we go back to the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs, the 6th chapter is one of the chapters we have not visited, so I would love to speak on the 6th chapter of Proverbs to establish that we are to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And the question from our brothers are, how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law? And we have told them over and over again, just don't do it. Just don't do evil. Find out what is evil. Once you find out what is evil, forsake it. Do not follow it. Go the other way. Thus, let us please turn to Proverbs, the 6th chapter, and let's pick up at the 16th verse. Proverbs, the 6th chapter, the 16th verse. And it reads to the 19th verse, what Yahweh hate, what is evil. And once you find these things out, you are to depart from it, and it will show that you truly fear your master. Thus it reads, these 6 things, Proverbs 6, verse 16 to 19. These 6 things does Yahweh hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. And what are they? And please pay close attention to them. That way, if you see something that reminds you of yourself, you know this day you are to depart from it. 6 things. These 6 things does Yahweh hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. And what are they? A proud look If you got a proud look, dealing with the Almighty, dealing with your brothers and sisters, depart from it today. A lying tongue. If you are a liar, depart from it today. And hands that shed innocent blood. If you have shed innocent blood, depart from it today. And heart that devise wicked imaginations. If your heart is devising and have devised wicked imaginations other than what Yahweh has said, depart from it today. If you have feet that be swift in running to mischief, depart from it today. If you have been found a false witness that speaketh lies, depart from it today. And if you have found yourself sowing discord among your brethren, depart from it today and fear Yahweh. It also tells us why we find ourselves in the book of Proverbs. I don't think I read it, but let me take a quick look. Yes, I did. So we should be going on to the 16th chapter of Proverbs. 16th chapter of Proverbs. One more place in the book of wisdom, and then we will finish out with a few words of testimony, and we will end this great presentation. It tells us, Israel, in Proverbs, the 16th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads to the 7th verse, the preparation of the heart is man. The preparation of the heart in man, and the answer of the tongue is from Yahweh. Oh, please take note how the imagination of your evil heart can easily persuade you from fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. For it reads, all the ways of man are clean in his own eyes. You're going to be right. Can't nobody tell you nothing. But Yahweh weighs the spirits. Commit thy works into Yahweh, and thy thoughts shall be established. Yahweh hath made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. Don't be caught up as the wicked in the day of evil. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And if you do, you will not be the one that is set up for the day of evil, because you fear him and you have departed from evil. The 5th verse reads, everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh. Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished. The 6th verse tells us, and please take note, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. You get it? and by the fear of Yahweh. This is how you depart from evil. So all the Israelites that asked Brother Samuel, how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law? Solomon has answered that several times with true wisdom. And to depart from evil is to fear Yahweh. It says, by the fear of Yahweh, man depart from evil. You don't fear him, you're going to keep lying to your brother. You don't fear him, you're going to keep robbing your brother. You don't fear him, you ain't going to show no mercy to your brother. Thus, it tells us in the 7th verse, and this will be the last verse I'll read out this chapter, it reads, when a man ways pleases Yahweh, and so far, what have we found that pleases Yahweh? What can a man do to please Yahweh? As a matter of fact, that is one of the questions they asked us. For those that asked the question, how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law? That is one of their questions that they asked me. They said, well, if we ain't under the law, what can we do for Yahweh? Ain't that something? Well, let's find out. Because it says in the 7th verse, when a man ways pleases Yahweh, and so far, what way can man please Yahweh? Fearing him and departing from evil. Thus it reads, when a man ways please Yahweh, he make even his enemies to be at peace with him. See what happened? See the benefits of those that fear Yahweh and depart from evil? The Almighty said 1,000 will fall at thy right hand and 10,000 at thy left, but it shall not come nigh to thee. Why? Because you fear me, and because you trust, or because you depart from evil. Thus, I will put that hedge around you, like I put it around Noah, like I put it around Abraham, like we just read that it was around Job. That's how. So it reads in closing again, when a man ways please Yahweh, he make even his enemies to be at peace with him. So those are the words of wisdom, and we have warned our brothers and sisters with these words of wisdom to show the benefits of fearing Yahweh and of departing from evil. But it allows us to know that everybody don't have an ear that they can hear, nor do everybody have eyes that they can see. Thus, it tells us, if we turn our scripture to Isaiah, the 29th chapter, the 9th to the 14th verse. How many of us are today because of what has been taught to us. But today, we have taught how to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil, even though you find yourself born in hell without the covenant of the law. Isaiah 29, please. And let's pick up at the 9th verse, and let's read to the 14th verse, and it reads, stay yourselves and wonder. because you're blind and I don't know what, and you're full of hypocrisy. Stay yourselves and wonder. Cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with Metashevy. It says, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. For Yahweh hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and have closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers have he covered. And the vision of all is become into you as the words of a book. And that's what they saying. How can we fear Yahweh and depart from evil without being under the words of this book that is sealed, which men deliver to one that is learned? Saying, please, brother, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I am not learned. Wherefore, Yahweh said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouths, and that's all they do. They keep saying, let Yahweh be magnified. They keep saying Shabbat Shalom. They keep asking for tithes, but they don't understand how can you fear Yahweh and depart from evil if you ain't under the law. It says, far as much as this people draw near me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me. And if you have removed your heart far from Yahweh, you have not departed from evil. It says, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precepts of man. And many people teach that you don't even supposed to fear Yahweh. Yahweh is love, love, love. Well, the Almighty said, when you hear people talk like that, it is only because they have removed their heart and have been taught to remove their heart far from me. And their fear toward me is taught by the precepts of man. And what we was just taught, what we just taught today was not the precepts of man, but instead the precepts of our Creator. We just found out how and why we are to fear Yahweh and the rewards thereof. The 14th verse reads, therefore, because you have taught the fear of Yahweh by the precepts of man, and because your heart has removed far from me, it says, therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work, and a wonder for the wisdom, the fear of Yahweh. It says, for the wisdom of their wise men shall perish. And the wise men, you're supposed to be wise, you're under the law. Well, the wise men asked me, how can you fear Yahweh and depart from evil? Many of the so-called wise men have asked me in the last 5 or 6 years, what do it mean to fear Yahweh and depart from evil? So they can't be that wise. And the reason they ain't that wise, again, it reads in the 14th verse in closing. Now, I'll go to the 16th verse on this one. It says, and Again in the 14th verse, therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding, the principal part of their prudent men shall be hid. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from Yahweh, and their works are in the dark, and they say, who see us, and who know us? Well, one person see you and know you is your Creator, and he have allowed me to reprove you on how to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And it is not by the way that your teachers have taught you, because they do honor Yahweh with their lips, but have removed their heart far from him, and their fear toward him is taught by the precepts of man. The same precepts that they don't understand, that they find in the 28th chapter of Isaiah. Line upon line, line upon line, precept upon precept, precept on precept. Here a little and there a little, that they may fall. Read that. Well, we're going to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. Let's go to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. For Jeremiah, the 17th chapter tells us in the 9th verse that we are to fear Yahweh. Let's start at the 5th verse and read down to the 9th verse. But it allows us to know that we are to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, the 5th verse, thus said Yahweh, cursed be the man that trusts in man. The same man that have taught you to fear Yahweh according to their precepts. It says, thus said Yahweh, cursed be the man that trusts in man, and makes flesh his arm, and whose heart departs from Yahweh. For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good comes, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, and a salt land and not inhabit. But it allows us to know what happens to those that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. For the 7th verse reads, blessed is the man that trusts in Yahweh, and whose hope Yahweh is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spread out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat comes, but her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. The heart, Israel, is deceitful above all things. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And desperately wicked, who can know it? Well, one way you can know it is by fearing Yahweh and depart from evil. If you truly fear Yahweh and you truly depart from evil, your heart will never be able to deceive you. I, Yahweh, search the heart. I try the ruins, even to give every man according to his way. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It says, and according to the fruit of his doing. Well, you want to be rewarded according to the fruit of your doing? Fear him and depart from evil. It also tells us, if we take a look at the book of Malachi, the first chapter. Malachi, the first chapter. And it tells us in Malachi, the first chapter, these great words. Malachi, the first chapter. And let's pick up at the 6th verse. Let's go straight to the point. And the point of the day is, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We want to know, how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law? It tells us in Micah, the first chapter. Did I say Micah or Malachi? I said Malachi, didn't I? I said Micah, Malachi. The first chapter, the 6th verse reads, a son honors his father, and a servant his master. We try to understand, how can we fear Yahweh and depart from evil without being under the covenant of the law? What if we in hell? What if we in captivity? It says, if then I be a father, where is my honor? And you supposed to fear him to show your honor. It said, we just showed the motivations that one should have to fear Yahweh based on his majesty, based on his forgiveness, based on his power, based on his goodness. It says, well, if that's true, Samuel, if then I be a father, where is my honor? And if I be a master, which he is the creator, he is the master of everything. It says, where is my fear? Don't the master supposed to be feared from the beginning to the end? Said Yahweh of hosts, and to you, O priests, and who do the priests represent? The teachers. So the teachers supposed to be teaching to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. They were not to teach according to their precepts. They were not to teach that you only fear Yahweh if you find yourself under the law. They was to teach that that the creation of Yahweh was to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us in this great book, if we take a look at the 3rd chapter, and it tells us in the 14th verse to the 18th verse, these great words, and we will close the book of Malachi by reading also the 4th chapter, the 2nd verse. But let's read right now the 3rd chapter of Malachi. We're going to pick up at the 14th verse, and it reads, ye have said it is vain to serve Yahweh, and to serve Yahweh you must fear him and depart from evil. And what profit is it that we have kept his ordinances, and that we have walked mournfully before Yahweh of hosts. And now we call the proud happy, those that right in their own eyes. Yea, they that work wickedness, those that refuse to fear Yahweh and turn from evil, are set up. They are mores and teachers and preachers. Yea, they that tempt Elohim are even delivered. Then they that feared Yahweh speak often one to another, as we are doing this day. And Yahweh hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance, look, why we should fear Yahweh and depart from evil. A book of remembrance was written before him for you that fear Yahweh and that thought upon his name. And they shall be mine, said Yahweh of hosts, you that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. In that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them as a man spare his own son that serve him. And not just us, but our children too. The 18th verse reads, then shall ye return and discern between the righteous, as we are doing this day, and the wicked, between him that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and between him that don't. It reads, between him that serve Elohim and him that serve him not. The fourth chapter reads, for behold, the day comes for behold, the day comes that shall burn as an oven. And all the proud, all those that fear Yahweh not, all those that refuse to hate evil, it says, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. And the day that come shall burn them up, said Yahweh of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. But unto you that fear from the beginning to the end, Israel, that fear my name, shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. And ye shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. And ye shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the sole of your feet in the day that I shall do this, said Yahweh of hosts. Remember ye the law of Moses. And I wanted to read this because a lot of people is teaching, when you go to Jeremiah, the 31st chapter, the 31st and the 32nd verse, it talk about the new covenant being made. And people are teaching, those that have been deceived by their own wisdom and knowledge, is teaching that the covenant that Yahweh will make will be a new covenant, and it will not consist of the old covenant, because it says that the old covenant they broke. Well, I have tried to teach those same individuals that Yahweh changes not. The covenant that the children of Israel broke was perfect. Let me rephrase that. The covenant that the children of Israel broke is perfect. So when the Almighty said he will make a new covenant with them, it is not talking about some new words. It is not talking about a new direction. It is not talking about a new path. And one of the best ways to prove that is this right here. Because what you read in Jeremiah 31 was before the Israelites went into the Babylonian captivity. What you're reading in the book of Malachi, the last book of your holy scripture, according to the chronological order that we have, is after the Babylonian captivity. And after the Babylonian captivity, look what Micah was commanded to say to Israel and anybody else that read this book. And it reads in the 4th verse, remember ye the law of Moses. Why is it saying remember the law of Moses if the law of Moses do not denote the new covenant? It does. That's what the covenant was, the law of Moses. So will the new covenant be, the law of Moses. Thus, Malachi was commanded to tell Israel, those that came out of Babylon and been out of Babylon for over 150 years, look what they were told by Malachi in the closing of your canon, or in the closing of your Bible. It says, remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I command unto him, and harbory for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. This will never change. This is perfect. Just because Israel refused to hearken don't mean this ain't perfect, and don't mean that Yahweh going to change. He's not going to change. Thus it reads, remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in harbory for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of Yahweh. And he shall return the heart of the fathers into the children, and the heart of the fathers to, or the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse, as it is this day. It also tells us, in closing, I will close with Isaiah 66. That's what we're close with. Isaiah 66. Closing this great presentation called How Can Israel Fear Yahweh and Depart from Evil Without the Covenant of a Law? In closing, it tells us, for all you that hope in Yahweh, for all you that fear Yahweh, for all you that have faith in Yahweh, it tells us this. I will pick up at the very first verse, and I will end at the 5th, and it reads, thus said Yahweh, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye built unto me? And where is the place of my rest? For all those things have my hand made. He is the creator. And the creator is about to tell you what he desires. The creator is about to tell you what he put up first, or what he desired first, what precedence he have put even over the heaven and the earth. Thus it reads, for all those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, said Yahweh. So he's saying, all those things my hand have made. All those things have been from the end to the beginning. From the beginning to the end. Thus it reads, but into this man will I look, even to him that is poor like you and I, and of a contrite spirit like you and I, and trembles. This denote fear. This denote being afraid, that trembles at my word. He that kill an ox is as if he slew a man. I ain't worried about that. He that sacrificed a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck. I ain't worried about that. He that offer an oblation as if he offer swine blood. I ain't worried about that. He that burn incense as if he blessed an idol. I ain't worried about that. He is worried about the man and woman that is poor and of a contrite spirit and that fear him. Thus it reads, yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delight in their abominations, because they refuse to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. I also will choose their delusions, and I will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, none did answer. The same thing we read in Proverbs 1. When I speak, they did not hear, but they did evil, so they didn't depart from evil before my eyes, and choose that in which I delighted not. Thus it is telling you and I and anyone else that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hate you, that refuse to fear Yahweh and refuse to depart from evil, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yahweh be glorified, let Yahweh be magnified, it says, but he, Yahweh, shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed. In closing, Israel, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That will be the end of the presentation, which was called, How Can Israel Fear Yahweh and Depart from Evil Without the Covenant of the Law? Is there any comments or questions dealing with this great presentation? Is there any comments? Is there any comments or questions?
Hold
on. Let's get the people's attention. Somebody is talking, and I don't think they know that the line is open.
I gotta get there.
Can you mute yourself, whoever is talking? I think you just got muted. But you can unmute yourself when you're ready to make a comment or a question. Go ahead, Brother Yahweh.
I was just saying that it's a powerful presentation, and it's just it's just powerful presentation. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to kind of crack on the joke that you said it, when you said that they were drunk, but not with Manischewitz.
Absolutely.
Jewish wine, you know what I'm saying? It was
absolutely.
Yeah, powerful presentation, brother, and there should be no doubt after this presentation.
Absolutely. So do you think we taught, and do you think we answered the question, how can Israel fear Yahweh and depart from evil without the covenant of the law?
Absolutely, because you brought out scriptures that was being presented before the law was established. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You brought out Job. You brought out Job. Job was before the law was established. I think Job was before Abraham, actually. You brought out even Adam and Eve. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's definitely you can fear Yahweh without the covenant law.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, this is Brother Eliakim, and I just want to say really enjoyed it. Got on it a little late, but I'm glad I woke up in time to catch it. And this was a good one. I appreciate it, as they all are, and very much needed. I appreciate the lesson, and I'm looking forward to pulling it up and hearing the whole thing.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And that's a shame that we have to have presentations like this. I mean, it's not a shame in glorifying the Almighty, but it's a shame when we have to reprove our brothers and sisters that have already taught that they're under the covenant of the law. And they've been under the covenant of the law for years, as they have taught. But they don't know how can one fear Yahweh and depart from evil when they're not under the covenant of the law, or when they say they're not keeping the law. Well, the law does not denote the fear of Yahweh and you departing from evil. It does not take away from you fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, but the concept of fearing Yahweh and departing from evil comes from the beginning, not from the time that Yahweh chose Israel. See, if we teach that, then that means the creation of Yahweh never had to fear him. They never was to depart from evil. It just started when Yahweh chose Israel, and that is not true whatsoever. Yahweh is the master, and he said, if I be the master, if I'm the creator, where is my fear? You were supposed to fear him from day one. When you heard his voice, just like it says when he saved Israel out of Egypt and brought them in the wilderness, they heard his voice and they trembled. When you heard his voice, you're supposed to tremble.
Hallelujah. And I'd like to add that I like how Yahweh's word, which you brought out, explains just what you just said, that very thing, being that a lot of people think that the only way to be right in the sight of Yahweh was to have the law. This proves that the law was not the thing that Yahweh needed to establish with us, although we love the law and everything that he gives us. But that came later because he had already established what was needed to be done. He said, this day I set before thee life and good, or evil and death. And that was there in the garden. So he established it on right after he created Adam and Eve and explained to them what was to be. It's just that we're seeing different, I would say, onion skins of it. You know what I mean? How he revealed how he had to go to a point where he had to give them the law. But before that, he wasn't trying to give anybody a law. It was a matter of good and evil, good and choosing life, or evil and choosing death. It's always been that. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And not only that, another place that we can go to establish that same truth that you just brought out is Genesis 15. Because we know in Genesis 15, the 6th verse, it says he believed in Yahweh and he counted it to him for righteousness. Well, this righteousness was counted before 500 years before the law was even given to the children of Israel.
He was already counted as righteousness. He already called a perfect man. And the law ain't even given yet. And the law was given to his children. And he already called perfect.
Hallelujah. And that reminds me of years ago. When I first came to the Messianic groups, a group up here. I was with a group up here. I had gotten to the point in study that one day in front of the whole congregation, they were asking everybody what did they want from Yahweh. And I said, I want to be righteous in his sight without the law. And everybody, they didn't understand what I was getting at. Before they had the law, they had righteousness. Righteousness was available to them by fearing Yahweh. And that is, like it says, like you taught tonight. And that's just simply, the law came into being because of the wickedness of man. You know what I mean? And so it was just because I told them, I said, well, think about it. What was it like to be righteous? It's so simple. It's simple. The simple thing is it's real simple. When you don't commit evil and wickedness, that's the simplest way to be righteous. Its simplest way is just like, now we got to turn from evil because Adam and Eve chose evil and death. So it's all possible, but then we saw those people, like you said, Job was righteous. Then there were other righteous men. And Job wasn't even an Israelite. He was a man in the earth, like you pointed out, of the east. So people say there was no righteous people. I hear people saying that today. Ain't nobody righteous. Yahweh have people that are righteous, people that turn from their wicked ways. They say, well, what do you mean by that, Brian? I say, hey, look, every man's sin is not the same. Every man's weakness ain't the same. So whatever your particular weakness is in your flesh, that's what you got to deal with. That's what you need to turn with. Because one thing might be easy for one person and might be difficult for you to deal with. They might be able to walk in the midst of it and it don't even faze them, whereas it phases you. So, guys, I'll leave it at that. I didn't took up enough air. But hallelujah, I pray.
Hallelujah. And it's still, all that you said still established the point that righteousness supposed to be in the earth. And one of the greatest ways to display your righteousness is to have faith in Yahweh. Have faith in his word when he tells you to fear him and depart from evil. And Abraham is a great example that his faith, his belief, his fear, and him departing from evil was counted as righteousness. And it was before the law. It was even before the covenant of circumcision, because the covenant of circumcision is in the 17th chapter. Well, the Almighty have already imputed righteousness in Abraham in the 15th chapter. So it's before circumcision and it's before the giving of the law to the children of Israel. Abraham was already perfect because he feared Yahweh and departed from evil. Is there any other comments or questions? Hold that thought, brother. Let somebody else speak right quick. Is there any other comments or questions? If there's not, go ahead, brother.
Okay. You remember last week, or one of the presentations you gave, you had mentioned something, or either I came across it in my own personal study, and it just popped up at what you were just talking about. There were elders. There were righteous men who were of men, not mystery people that were like spirits in heaven like many people like to think, but who were down on earth, who were considered noble and righteous by Yahweh. As a matter of fact, he talks about them. And before the law was given. So that's a deep thing to add to what you're talking about today too. For those who have the concept, might be difficult for them to grasp, but they hold on to it long enough, meditate on it long enough, and Yahweh will grant it to them, as he's righteous and he's faithful to do so. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, we're going to go ahead and end the presentation. I appreciate y'all lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh. Hello?
Hallelujah.
I thought somebody was saying something. That you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We're going to go ahead and end this presentation, which was called How Can Israel Fear Yahweh and Depart from Evil Without the Covenant of the Law? And please share this presentation to your brothers and sisters, because there is a lot of brothers and sisters that is truly asking this question. They might be asking it to justify what they are teaching and doing, but still they are asking the question. And if you are a witness of this holy scripture, then reveal the answer to your brother and sister. So let's share this presentation to our brothers and sisters. And we will close the presentation by reading Psalms 115 in closing. Psalms 115. We're going to allow the Almighty to speak again to close this great psalm. And the psalmist is speaking for Yahweh, and it tells us in Psalms 115 these great words. Not into us, Yahweh, not into us, but into thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their Elohim? But our Elohim is in heaven. He have done whatsoever he have pleased. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat. They are not to be feared. It reads in the 8th verse. They that make them are like unto them. So is every one that trusts in them. O Israel, trust thy in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. O house of Aaron, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. You that fear Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. He is your help and your shield. Yahweh has been mindful of us. He will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aaron. He will bless them. Please take note that fear Yahweh, both small and great.
Yahweh shall increase you more and more, you and your children. Ye are blessed of Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. The heaven, even the heavens, are Yahweh's, but the earth have he given to the children of men. And while you on this earth, you are to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The dead praise not Yahweh, neither any that go down into silence. But we will bless Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore by saying, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah. Shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Shalom, family.